Okay, good morning, everybody. Welcome once again to our final day of orientation. My name is Colin. I'm part of the quality assurance team here at the college. And we're going to start with some opening remarks and then get on with the campus tours. So first, I'd like to introduce my manager of quality, Shauna Sheldon.
Thank you, Colin. And welcome back. I think everyone, I've met most of you already. Hope it's been a great week for you. And welcome to anyone who's joining us from home. I'm glad that you are able to participate to some extent today too. We've got some great things on the plans on the schedule today. But we'll start with our land acknowledgement. Today we will begin our coming together with a statement for us all to reflect on the unique connections and relationships Indigenous persons and their ancestors have had with this land for thousands of years. The land we are standing on today is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 and the Williams Treaties. At this time, we would also like to recognize and support the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the Truth and Reconciliation Calls to Action, and we invite everyone to take a moment to reflect on how we can all continue to support the process of reconciliation. So let's get started. No raffle today, but we do have some an exciting event planned for the end of the day, and Alejandra has just joined us. She's going to be involved in, well, she's actually going to walk you through what's going to be happening in that scavenger hunt. It's like the Amazing Race, but it's the Lambton College in Toronto version of it. So today we have some campus tours starting at 9 o'clock. 9:15. If you want to do a campus tour, you can join one of our ambassadors at the front. We have Nico, Edison, Aditi, Yukti, Jasmine, and Surag, and they are your tour guides today. They'll walk you through this building. We have two buildings that we're using during the fall semester, so they'll walk you through this building and the building next door. Tim Hortons I don't think is open today, but they will show you where Tim Hortons is if you didn't see it earlier in the week. And then also we have a few speakers coming today. So we have Canadian police officer, actually just the one. So the Canadian police officer, you will be, actually I have a better schedule on here. It's not a choose your own adventure. We're only in the atrium today. So we do have a couple. We have the RBC session that's starting at 10 o'clock today, followed by the Canadian police officer who will be here from 11 until 12. Again, we have lunch provided. It'll be in the same space that if you were here yesterday, that lunch was served. Again, thank you so much to the sponsors of our lunch today. Again, I think it's Freedom Mobile again. So thank you so much to those folks. Make sure you stop by their booth and find out what kind of offers they have for you. And then after lunch, we're going to start the scavenger hunt, and you'll be in teams of 5. Again, Alejandra, who's at the back of the room, if you want to give everyone a wave, Alejandra. She's going to walk you through what is expected. It's a great opportunity for you to learn about the campus, learn things about the campus, and then also, so that when you start your studies in 2 weeks on campus, you will know exactly where you're going and all the amenities that are available to you. So I think that's it. I think if you are interested in a tour, please come to the front and we'll put you in groups and set you up with the tour guide, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day. We'll be back here for the session at 10 a.m. So the tours are done at 10, and then we'll get started with the first session at 10 here in the atrium. Okay, have a great day.
All right, so welcome everybody. Many of you are just showing up, and thank you for all of those who are tuning in online through YouTube. My name is Colin. I'm from the quality team, for those of you who haven't seen me before, in case you haven't. And we'll be continuing with our next session. We're hearing from RBC. Please welcome Nana Bovas.
Thank you, guys. It's so nice to meet you all here because I remember my first day in Canada. I came in as an international student as well. It was in 2018. Similar way, I was going to a college, but it's not Lambton, it was Centennial, sorry guys. So I did my global business management there. It was, let me be frank with you, it's a roller coaster. It's emotional roller coaster, like coming from a country to where you have to be all alone, understand how the country works, and be strong enough to face what's coming in front of you. It's completely difficult and different. But I'm sure once you are in a different country, you will feel like, okay, this is in front of me. I have to cross it anyways, whatever that it be. And you will somehow find the courage to do it. So today, with RBC, I'm here to talk about some of the sessions. So today we are going to talk about credit as well as fraud. Why? Because these are the two things that I wished if somebody was there to teach me or let me know what can happen in this country. So as everybody knows, in simple terms, credit means the ability of a customer to obtain goods or services before payment. So like, for example, credit cards. Most of you might have heard about the credit card when you came to this country, which might not be the familiar case in your home country. So I come from India. I'm just going to give you an example. In India, I never had a credit card. My parents never had a credit card. So when I came to this country, it was completely new for me. What is a credit card? What will I do with it? How am I going to make the payments on the credit card? What happens if I'm not making a payment? So all these questions was there with me, so we'll go through all of them today. So I'm going to ask you guys a question. Do you guys know who are the players when it comes to credit? Any one player? You guys know anything? So there are three different players when it comes to credit. The first one is the borrower, which is us. So the person using someone else's money is called a borrower. So when you're going to a financial institution, whether it be RBC or any other financial institution, you're borrowing money from that financial institution and you become the borrower. The next one is the lender. So the person who is giving you the money is called the lender, whether it be your friend, whether it be a financial institution, or whether it be any person who is giving you the money, that's called the lender. And the final player is something that we have to be very careful with, and that's the principal. So it's not a person actually. It's not a financial institution, but it is the amount that you borrow, which is called the principal. So keep or remind these three terms because we will be talking about these three terms in the session today. Now moving forward, I'm going to ask you a question here. This is just a test. So consider me as your best friend. Okay, we have been knowing each other for quite some time. Consider me as your best friend. Is anybody in this room willing to give me a $15, like 15, $15? Whoever that's willing, just raise your hands. Thank you, buddy. I see one person. Yes, two person. It's just $15. Nobody is ready to give me $15? I'm your best friend. Okay, I see some hands up. Okay, now the next question is, let's consider the amount has changed from 15 to $50, 50. Okay, I still see some people are ready to give me. Perfect, thank you. What if it's $500? Okay. What if it's $5,000? Okay, so the question that you have to ask is like, do I have extra cash to be able to lend somebody $15? Is it okay? Is this person trustworthy? Are they going to keep their promise to repay me? Do they have money coming in to be able to pay me back? Is this person working? Is this person having the money to give me back? When will I get my money back? Is it in a few days, a few weeks, or few months, or few years? What's it going to be? Now, What if they ask you for 500, 5,000, and 500,000? So the situation changes. Maybe $15, it's okay, you can handle it, you can give it to your friend. But when it comes to 500, maybe you need it. You need to pay your tuition fees. You need to take care of your own expenses, which is like maybe rent or buying something that you need for your daily expenses. So when the amount changes, the risk also changes. Now, why am I talking about this? This is the same questions that a financial institution will look into before giving you the money. So similar way, like whether it's a friend or anybody, the same questions that you ask to yourself is the same questions that a financial institution asks. Is this person trustworthy? Is this person working? Is this person able to make the payments back? So these are the same questions. Now, as I mentioned earlier, there is risk associated with lending money. And one rule of credit that I will recommend you guys should know is that no borrowing is free. If you borrow a credit card, or if you have a credit card, if you have a loan, if you have a line of credit, or if you have any kind of a borrowing, it's never free. You will always end up paying more than what you have borrowed. Whether it's a credit card, yes, you pay more. That's in the form of interest. So interest is charged on your credit card, on your line of credit, on your loans, or any borrowings that you have, which is something that you pay in order to tally out the risk that the financial institution carry forward. So interest is something that's along with the principal. Earlier we said principal is one of the players in credit. Yes, always you pay principal plus interest, and that's the amount that you repay. Hope you guys were able to get some information in here. So I'm going to share a screen here. Are you guys able to see the screen? Perfect. So this is a credit card statement. This is RBC credit card statement, which is like a dummy that we use. But now, if you have a different financial institution, it might look different, but the contents remains the same. So whatever I'm talking about today is the same. When you get a credit card statement, what are the things that you will look into? Anybody knows? What are the 3 things that you look into? Maybe the first 3 things that you look into. How much you spend? Okay. The due date? Yes. The minimum payment? Yes. Those are the 3 things. You guys know a little bit about it. Great. Yes. What is the minimum payment that I have to make? The new balance, which is how much you have spent, and the payment due date. Why are these 3 important? Yes, it will decide whether you have to pay interest or not. So it is always recommended that you make at least the minimum payment before the due date. It is recommended to do the full balance because you don't have to pay interest if you make the full balance before the due date or 21 days after the due date. But let's say if you don't have the full balance to pay, at least make the minimum payment due. Because if you're not making the minimum payment due, it will affect your credit score. It will go as a missed payment. If you're not aware what a credit score is, don't worry about that. We'll come to that later. So I hope you guys know how to check the statement right now. Now moving forward, the 3 most popular types of credit in Canada. I already mentioned those to you guys while I was talking earlier, but going forward again, the first one is credit card. How many of you in this room is having a credit card? Or like you have applied for it? Yeah, so I see many hands up, which is great. Yes, and that's the first one, which is credit card, which is the most popular one. Now, the second one is called personal loans. Maybe as a student, you might not be having a personal loan. Sorry, guys. So there might be personal loans which students have, which is maybe their educational loans, which is called student loan. That's a personal loan. Maybe for a car loan, that's a personal loan that they have. So personal loan is the second one, and the third one is the line of credit. Line of credit, you have to be at least a permanent resident in order to get the line of credit. So that's something that you will be able to see in the future with you guys, because you all come with an aim to be a permanent resident. Yes, I'm a permanent resident now, but it took me 5 years. So yes, you will be there one day, and once you are there, maybe you might need a personal loan or line of credit to have your expenses tallied out. So these are the 3 different loans. What's the difference between all of this? As you guys all know, credit card is the most popular, so I'll come to that at the end. Let's talk about personal loans and line of credits. Personal loans, as I earlier mentioned, it's maybe 2 or 3 different types. First one, student loan, where you are using the money for your education. That's like the personal loan. The second one is a car loan. So why am I comparing these two? Just to mention that personal loans can be secured as well as unsecured. What's the difference between that? Secured means you have a collateral which is set forward for that loan. So if something happens, if you're not able to make the payment, they will take that collateral. So for example, car loan. So your car is the collateral to get the car loan. Now, if you're not able to repay back, they will take the car. So that's called the loans which is secured. Now, unsecured. Your student loans are unsecured. You have to make the payment towards it. So that's unsecured personal loans. Now, the line of credit, similar way to as personal loans, it can be secured as well as unsecured. Mostly it's unsecured. Why is it given secured? 2 reasons. Maybe you don't have a good credit score, or you don't have a good credit history, or another thing is like you're not working. So those things comes into play where you have to apply for a secured personal loan. Now the most important one, which is something that you have to be familiar with at this point of stage, is the credit card. Now going to go through each one of them. The purpose of the credit card is for smaller purchases or your day-to-day purchases. Any purchases that you make, you will use the credit card. Now, once you use the credit card, after a month, you will get the statement, which I showed earlier, and you have to make the payment before the due date. So that's how it works. Now, is it secured? Mostly your credit cards are secured. So the credit cards that you have applied for, there is no collateral that you have given as an international student. Just your study permit, maybe your passport, and your enrollment letter is what you have given. So you got the credit card, so that means it's not secured. When it is not secured, the risk associated with the credit card is also so high. So when I said risk, they charge interest. And that's the reason why credit cards have higher interest compared to personal loans and line of credits. Sorry, guys. So credit cards are having higher interest rate. Thank you. Usually the interest rate with credit cards is around 11% to 22%. So it can vary. Different credit cards have different interest rate. So you have to check what the interest rate on the credit card is. Why? Because it can help you avoid paying interest. Maybe you can go with a low advantage credit card, which means that your benefits will be less from the credit card that you get, but you only have to pay 11% interest rate. So maybe you have to think which is more important, whether to get the points or to pay less interest rate. So these are the things that you have to look into. Now the term typically is when you're making payments towards your credit card, like the annual fees. So it's like in a year, you will make the payment towards the credit card. So hope this was clear to you. Do you guys have any questions? Perfect. So now, payments. I kept it for the last because there was a lot of confusions about payments. When am I supposed to make the payment? Yes, definitely it is great if you make the payment before the due date. But you do have a grace period of 21 days. So even after the due date, you have 21 days to make the payment. If you're not making the payment within the 21 days, you will be charged interest rate. So as mentioned here, principal, which is the amount that is borrowed, which is your new balance, should be paid in full within 21 days of the statement date to avoid paying interest. Now, what happens if you're not making the full balance? Which is the new balance, like what you see in the credit card statement. You're not making the full balance. What happens if you're not making the full balance? Sorry? So, no. It doesn't ruin your credit history because you are at least making the minimum payment. Okay? So if you're not making the full balance, it is not affecting your credit history. But at the same time, it is not helping your credit history too. So it stays unbalanced, like it stays in a balance. So you're not reducing your credit score, at the same time you're not helping to increase the credit score as well. If you want to increase your credit score, you have to make the full balance within the due date. Now, if you're making the minimum payment, you don't have to pay the interest. So this is something that you have to be very careful with when it comes to the credit cards. So this is something that we use in the banks. So you can see different C's starting with character, capital, capacity, collateral, and credit history. It's called 5 C's. We call it the 5 C's. Why am I showing this to you? In the future, if you want to apply for a loan, a car loan, or even to get a mortgage, to buy a home, or anything, any borrowing, these are the things that the banks look into. Starting with the character. How well are you? Like, how long have you been working with the company? How do you take care of your personal finances? All these details will be taken into consideration. Next comes the capital, which is your net worth. Like how much savings do you have? Do you have a savings habit? Are you good with your savings? So all these things comes into place. Now comes capacity. Capacity is your ability to pay your debt. So when it comes to capacity, we calculate it by a ratio. We will check what your income is. We'll check what is your current debt. We divide it and see what is the ratio. So this ratio has to be within 40% in order for you to get approved for any borrowings. So that is very, very important. You can do it by yourself. Like calculate what your income is. Calculate all the debts that you have. When I say debt, it starts with credit card. So when you're looking into it, how much is your credit limit, not the amount used. So you have to calculate all the credits that you have and then divide it and you will see what the percentage is. Now comes collateral. Collateral is not always necessary, as we also have unsecured, but as I mentioned earlier, if you need to get anything secured, you need the collateral. It can be in any form. It can be in the form of real estate, car, or assets as security. Now the last but not the least, and the most important one, is the credit history. Even if you have everything else and your credit history is not good, you're not going to get approved for a loan. So credit history is your past behaviors, your credit cards, your loans, your line of credits, everything. It will show a snapshot of your financial situation. To be honest with you, credit history is really important. And in this country, when you come in as an international student, you have to start from the scratch. That's the truth. Your credit history will be the lowest. I'll show you what I'm telling, okay? So, credit history is your financial reputation, and credit score is the number, and the higher your score, the better. So, has anybody seen something like this? Anybody in this room have seen it? Okay, I see a few hands up. Great. Yes, this is really important. So when you're starting up, you'll be starting up from 300 to 559 or maybe 560. So that's where you start. All international students, including me, when I came in, we started from there. And we have to make sure the arrow goes all the way to here, which is 790 to 900. It's not easy. It took me 3 years to build it because I wasn't sure what can be done in order to build it. I learned it through each and every step. So this is very important. Now, there is poor, average, very good, and excellent. One question that I usually get is, what is the best credit score? Can anybody say what is the best credit score? Yes. So if there is a person who comes in with a credit score of 791 and a person who comes with a credit score of maybe 890, which one is the best score? No. The one with the 890 is the best. So I cannot tell you what is the best credit score. Even within excellent, there are two different people coming in, and the person with the highest will be the one with the best score. So the higher the number, it's the best. Okay, so how can you build it? How can you bring it to the excellent status? So any credit product that you have, including your phone. So you're buying your phone and your SIM in EMI, which is the term that we use in India. I'm so sorry. So that's the term that we use. Like you are paying each month towards it. They check your credit score. They give you the phone. You have to make the payment every month. If you miss the payment towards that, yes, it affects your credit score. How many of you knew that? So phone bills, yes, that's affecting. Your credit card payments, yes, that's affecting. Even if you're buying a laptop, you're going to Best Buy to buy a laptop. For example, you're buying it again as a monthly installment plan. You're getting it in under credit. So even if you miss a payment on that one, it affects your credit score. So it's really, really important for us to know what all are included. So you have a credit card and you're making the payments? Is that what you said?
Yes, yes. I use every day a credit card, for example, and I don't have a loan, for example, like laptop, car, and I use only credit card. How high I can achieve if I use only?
You can reach all the way to excellent. Mine, I only had a credit card when I was an international student. I had two credit cards. I started using both. I made sure that I make the payment of full balance on time. I never made a minimum payment. I made sure that I make the full balance. It was really hard, guys. I was in a situation where I was not able to make the full balance, but then I tried to bring it down. I used it. I made sure that I make the payment within the due date, which is the full balance, and I saw a huge difference in my credit score. So yes, with a credit card, you can bring it to excellent. Now, what makes your credit score? This will answer your question as well. Now, it's a circle. It starts with your payment history. So if you see, that's the first major one, and it takes the huge majority of the points there. Your payment history, as I mentioned, always make sure that you're making the payments on time, not delayed. Even 1 day delay, yes, it do count. So make sure that you make the payment. The second one is the credit utilization. How many of you have heard about the word credit utilization? Okay. So if you have a $1,000 credit card, for say example, how much amount can you use? Sorry, I didn't hear you guys. $1,000, you are able to use the $1,000. Okay. Any other answer? 30%? Yes. So it is going to be 30 to 50%. If you can limit the usage to 30%, that's great. If you can use up to 50, yes, that's okay. That doesn't mean that you cannot use the whole 1,000. You can use the $1,000, but before the statement is generated, make a payment, reduce your balance to 30%. For example, if you have a $1,000 credit card, you will make a payment of $700 before the statement is generated, and now your balance will be 300, which is 30% of 1,000. And now your statement will be generated, which says that your balance is 300, and you will make the $300 before the due date. That's how you have to do it. So always make sure that your statement is only having 30% of the balance. Okay? So that's one thing that you have to be careful with. Now, new credit application. Anytime when you're applying for credit card, when you're getting a laptop under the payment installments, when you're doing any kind of a credit product, your credit is being pulled. The financial institutions, all the institutions that you are reaching to, they will be pulling out your credit, which brings down your credit score. So that's one factor. Now, credit variety. Balanced mix of credits such as credit cards, loans, and how responsible you're being with each is really important. But as an international student, it's okay. You will only be having a credit card. After 2 years, you will be going to work. Now you will have your income coming in. Maybe sometimes the financial institutions will give you pre-approved loans, pre-approved line of credits. What is the benefit of the pre-approved loans or line of credits? Your credit is not being pulled. Now, it doesn't affect your credit score, so why can't I take it? You can go for it, only if you need it. Now, I have a line of credit, which I got pre-approved. My credit score didn't get affected, but then how I use my line of credit is really important. Why? Once you have a loan or line of credit, for any kind of emergency, you go there. You're not saving your money. You go there, you get the money from there, you use it. Now you have to pay back that as well as the credit card. So it's important for us to know whether we need it or we do not need it. Now the next one is account history. How many years you had a credit card or a loan? How many years of account history do we need? Does anybody know about it? As much as possible, yes. But a minimum of how many years is required? 2 years. A minimum of 2 years history is required. Why? If you have a credit card with one financial institution, you came in as an international student, you open an account, you have the credit card. Now after 2 years, you're opening up a new account because you're not satisfied with the banks. Maybe, for example, you open a new bank account, you apply for the credit card there, you started using that card. If you close the other card right now, it doesn't help you because all the credit history that has been built with that credit card is going. So you have to make sure you use your new card for 2 years, build the credit history with that card, and then only close the older one. So it's really, really important that at least for 2 years, you should have your credit maintained. Okay, now the next one is too many accounts. Somebody asked me when I was there in the friend, how many credit cards can I have? Up to a max of 3, not more than that. Like 3 itself is too much, to be honest with you. It has to be a mix. Credit cards, loans, line of credits, mortgages. It has to be a mix, not the same product, like too many accounts. It's not good. Why? It shows you as a credit seeker. That's the problem. And once you are notified as a credit seeker, it's really hard for you to get approved for anything that you need in the future. Like for, say, example, mortgage, which is really, really important. And also, if you do not need 3 credit cards, and if you already have 3 credit cards with you, it is adding up your debt. Think back what I said, the ratio. It brings the ratio high. So if you do not need too many credit cards, do not go for it. That's my suggestion. Now, has anybody heard about these 2 words in here? Equifax and TransUnion? Yes. So these are the 2 credit bureau agencies in Canada which will give you what your credit history or credit score is. Do not ever trust anybody else. Why? Because it can be fake, it can affect your credit score, it can bring down your credit score. But you will be able to get 1 free credit report every year from Equifax and TransUnion. So it is important for you to check your credit score, make sure that everything is up to date. Humans make mistakes. Do systems make mistakes? Yes, they do. Let's say, for example, as I know this as a particular example because I'm from India, and I'm using that as an example. No offense to anybody else, but this is easy to explain. So in India, so many people have the same name. For say example, Manpreet Kaur. I'm using it as an example. boys and girls do have the same name. So Manpreet is the first name and Kaur is the last name. So it's the same name. So when we are pulling the credit, sometimes it's not for the right person that it comes up. So it's not your credit history, it's not your credit report, but somebody else is applying something on your name. It comes under your credit history, it comes under your credit score, it reduces your credit score. Why am I telling this? It's important for us to check our credit score or credit history and make sure there is no errors in there. If there is any error that's in your credit history, make sure that you reach out to these two credit bureaus, change the error, make it correct. So that is really, really important. So now this is going to be the last slide with the credit. Now the question is, how can I build good credit with good credit habits? How can I do that? The first one is paying all your bills on time. Whether it's be credit cards, loans, line of credits, or whatever it be, make the payments on time. Second one is reduce your debts. How can you reduce it? Unnecessary credit cards, close it off. You do not need more than 2 credit cards. So that's something that you have to be very careful with. Correct any errors on your report, which I just mentioned it to you. You have to make sure that you contact Equifax or TransUnion and change any errors. Use your credit card responsibly to build good credit. How do you use it responsibly? Making sure that the limit is within 30 to 50%. Your credit, your balance. When the statement is generated, make sure your balance is within 30 to 50%. Now, start early and be patient. Good credit takes time. Yes, it do take a lot of time. As I mentioned, it took me 3 years. So it do take a lot of time to build good credit history. Does anybody have any questions with regard to the credit session? Yes, you can make the payments early towards your credit card, but I will recommend you can only make a particular portion of it, wait for the statement to be generated, and once the statement is generated, make the remaining balance. Because your statement should at least show 30%, like it should show what your balance is. Like if always the statement is 0, it doesn't help you too. So make sure that there is something to show up in your credit statement as well. There won't be any issues. You can make the payments as well. Yeah, so it doesn't bring your credit history back. Hope that answers your question. Yeah, perfect. So we'll move forward to the next one, which is fraud, which is a different topic. I'll tell you why I'm talking about fraud today. It is something that I came to know because I was a victim of fraud. So when I came in as an international student, I wasn't sure what this is happening. Like I received a text message. I was like, okay, I have to respond to the text message because I was applying for jobs too. I responded back to it. My information was being leaked, and I lost a couple of dollars in there. Yes, I was a victim of fraud. So be very vigilant and be careful about what are the things that you're receiving. So how does fraud happen? So taking address and account numbers, compromised PINs or passwords, stealing credit or debit card information, preying on curiosities and fears. These are the things that's on the board. But let me ask you, how many of you order online from Amazon or from any kind of a website? Okay, so when you receive the package, you will see your name there, you will see your address there. How many of you throw that in the garbage? How many of you shred it? You have to shred it. If you throw it right away without shredding it, you're leaking your information. Fraudsters do any kind of things to get it. I'll tell you why I'm telling this. My friend or my colleague was actually having a YouTube channel. He was recording a video. He was unboxing something. In that video, his name and his address was there. With that, like his email address was also there. So with that information, fraudsters were able to catch it within 10 minutes of frame because his friend called him and asked him, okay, make sure that you take it down because your information is there. Now he took it down within the 10 minutes gap, but within that time, his information was leaked. He got hacked. He got himself into the hands of the fraudsters. Fraudsters started sending him emails, like your eBay order is here, your X and X is here. I'll show you the examples because I do have the examples which I will show you. So it is really, really important that we shred our information. To be honest with you, 90% of the frauds happen because we are careless. Because we did not take the steps to do what we are supposed to do. If you ask me, if I haven't given the information out, I wouldn't have been jumped into it. So it's me who was responsible for what happened. Similar way, it's we humans who make the mistakes and fall into this. Now, what are the different types of fraud? Password compromise, which is the very common. Like you go to ATMs, you insert your card, you enter the PIN number. How many of you cover the PIN number? You have to. If you're not doing it, start doing it. I'll tell you a simple story. One of the banks, I'm not mentioning the name, one of the banks have their ATM, which is a drive-through ATM. There was a camera there. If you're not covering it, it goes to the fraudsters. The camera was taken off, everything was back to normal, but how many of the informations were leaked? We don't know. It was not there in any newspapers, it was not there in anywhere. But fraudsters do all means to get information from you. So it's very, very important, cover your PIN numbers when you're doing it. Now, not just PIN number, your password. How many of you have a mobile phone here? How many of you have a mobile phone PIN? I'm not asking you to raise your hands, but 1, 2, 3, 4, or 4, 5, 6, 7, or 0, 0, 0, all those passwords. It's time for you guys to change it if you have it. Because let's say you lose your phone. They were able to get into your phone. You have your password saved in your phone. You lose those information. Fraudsters can get into the phone. Make sure the PIN number to your phone is difficult. It's not easy to guess. It's not easy to find by somebody else. I don't know how many of you know this. Fraudsters work in a place where they have different computers. They type different passwords, and it's very easy for them to guess the passwords. Even if you make it complex. With your name, your family's name, or something like that, it's easy to guess. So it has to be something unique, not with your name, not with your date of birth, but something that's unique that nobody can guess. I have another question here. So when you are being asked to create a password, it asks you to create at least 8 characters with an uppercase, lowercase, number, or a special character. Think about the situation. You're creating a password. Your first letter is caps lock. Everything else is small letter. How many of you do that? Change it. That's easy to guess. Because most of the people do their first letter as caps, everything else as small. Don't do it. Mix it up. Do it in between. So things like whatever that you can guess, make sure it's being changed. So that's something that we can do. Now the second one is debit card and credit card fraud. I'm going to tell you a scenario quickly because we are short on time too. So I'm going to tell you a scenario. Give me what you will do. Tell me what you will do in this situation. You are working somewhere. You are after work. You're going to your home. On the way, a person stopped you. It's a mother. She's telling like, my child is in the hospital. I came to take care of her. The taxi driver is not accepting cash. I do have the cash. It's $10. I'll give you the $10. Are you willing to make the payment for me so that I can take care of my child who is in the hospital? How many of you will pay with your debit card? Never do that. I know it's like you're helping somebody, but no. Think twice before you do something. Why can't the taxi take the cash? What's the problem with the cash? Cash is valid. Why can't they take the cash? Whether it's Uber, Lyft, or anything, they pre-book it with their debit card. So you don't have to pay it. It's already booked. For the taxi, they do take the cash. You don't have to worry about it. I can provide you the cash if there is no enough cash for you, but I cannot give you my debit card. So this girl actually helped her. They made the payment with the debit card. What happened is she handed over the debit card, inserted the card, entered the PIN number. They gave her a debit card. Now what happened here? They took her card and gave back somebody else's card. So they have the card, they have the magnetic strip being attached, which is being taken by them. They have the PIN number, they have all the information. They use the card to get the money out. She lost a lot of money, which bank definitely will take care of. But then what happened? Her information was being leaked. How? Because she tried to help. It's just a poster of helping others, but you have to think before helping. Is it okay to do that? What is the problem by giving the cash? Why do they only accept debit card? So these are the things that's happening around. So it's really, really important to be very vigilant when somebody comes for help. Now the next one is social engineering scams. That's very common. Nowadays it's 100% in front of you. How many of you have received a text message like your eBay order is here, please click the link? Yep. I see so many hands up, yes. So those are some things that will come up, and I'll have few examples which I'll show you later on. Now malware, identity theft, and financial abuse are different methods. Mostly the financial abuse and identity theft are for seniors. So what happened is that seniors actually have appointed a personal attorney or power of attorney to take care of them. But these power of attorneys take their money for their use. Like seniors' money will be taken for the power of attorney's use. So that's something that happens in this country. So when you become that age, be careful with whom you are appointing as a POA. That's something that I want to tell you. Now we'll move into the social engineering ones. This is one example. So RBC alert, your client card starting with 4519 has been disabled. Please secure your account below. Click on the link. How many of you here is having an RBC debit card? Okay, a few hands up. No matter what, my debit card starts with 4519. Your debit card starts with 4519. Even the CEO's debit card starts with 4519. No matter what, everybody's debit card starts with 4519. Maybe you're not aware of it, but it's 4519 starting, so it's just a scam. If you receive an email like this, what are you going to do? Reach out to the bank. Reach out to the representative at the bank. See if something is wrong with your bank. If not, then block the number or block the email that they sent it. Report it. That's what you can do. Now these are some of the examples that it says. Tax return file overdue, click here to enter your information. Never. If they ask you to click on anything, make sure that it is like very true, then only do it, or else don't click on anything. Now earlier I mentioned my friend who was being hacked or was in the fraudster's hands. All you see on the right hand here is what he received after that. So his information was being leaked and he started receiving all these information. So these ones are all received within my team, including me. So dear customer, your online banking has been suspended. Please log in to make sure it's back to normal. Hi, Nazanin, we attempted to deliver your item, but there is a missing import charge. Please follow the instruction. I used to buy from Shein. I don't know how many of you know the website. I used to buy from Shein. I received a text message telling that your order is on the halfway, you need to complete something in order to get the Shein order back. Now I felt like, okay, it's a genuine one, but then I was confused. What I did is that I logged into the Shein to see how it goes. There was no issues, everything was perfect. So I contacted Shein, they said like, no, they didn't do anything. So double confirm before you click on any link. These malicious links get all the informations from your account, from your phone. Anything that you give in there is being leaked. So make sure that you do not do it. Now, how can you protect yourself? So these questions, let me know how many of you have the security questions to their online banking. Everybody. Just remember, if these questions are the ones, then do not share it anywhere. Like, where did you grow up? Your favorite color, your first pet's name, your street that you grew up on, favorite child's name, favorite sports team, first job. Let's say you have Facebook, you have Instagram, you have Twitter. Is any of this information public there? If yes, it's time for you to change it. Make sure it's not public. Why? If any of this information is leaked, they can use this information as the security answer to your online banking, get access to your online banking, do whatever they want to do, like maybe take the money in your account, apply for any loans or line of credits and get the loans for themselves. So all these things is really important. So stop giving people your personal information to guess your passwords and security questions. It is really, really important that you do not share any of these information. Now, I earlier mentioned about a story where the debit card and credit cards were given out. Now, how can you stop doing or being fraudsters, going into fraudsters' hand? So remember to keep your card in hand when completing a swipe or tap transaction. Do not ever hand over the card to somebody else. Now, the second one is secure access to digital wallets. It's important. You secure it. Do not save any passwords. The third one is shred your information. Do not just throw it out. Make sure you shred it. You receive your debit card. You receive your credit card in the mail. Make sure you shred the document that you received. Just keep the debit card or credit card with you. Shred everything else. Do not just throw it out. Now, how can you protect yourself online? Just trust your gut. Do not share any information public. Do not click on any malicious links. Make sure that your information is not being shared. That's something that you have to do. Avoid oversharing and be mindful of identifying information in photos. Like, okay, the quizzes and surveys. I want to ask you something here. Has anybody done a quiz or survey that Facebook has? Like, if a friend sent you a quiz, which they did, and they are asking you to do it, has anybody done that? Good. So you should not be doing it. So there are different quizzes that ask for certain information, which is really your security question and answers. So stop doing any quizzes. If you're not doing it, that's great, but make sure that you do not do any quizzes. And some people do charitable organization, like donations as well. So when you're making donations, do not follow any link that you see, but make sure that you search for the companies or search for the organizations which you know which is valid, and then do the donations. Do not just do it right away when you see like, okay, this person needs money, I'm just sending it over. No, you have to make sure it's valid as well. So with that being said, we have covered both the sessions, which is credit and fraud. Does anybody have any questions with relating to credit or fraud? So right now, you're an international student, so your credit limit will be depending upon your study permit. And once you move into the work permit and when you get the job, you will be able to do that. Till that period, it's going to be that. Yep.
It is somewhere around, when the bill generates, it is somewhere around 80%. So does that reduce our credit score or remains the same or something?
It doesn't reduce your credit score, But if it's 1 or 2 times, it's okay. But let's say every single time your credit limit is like 80% or 90%, which means that you're utilizing all the credit that is available to you because you're utilizing the whole of it. Let's say after 2 years, you continue the same habit. You want to apply for a car loan, you go into the company, you go in there, the first thing that they look is that how much is the utilization? Are you utilizing the full? Which means that you're not able to pay it back. That's how they look at it. So if you're using 80%, you know how much you're using actually. So when you think like, okay, I have already used more, then make a payment before the statement is generated and then do it. And to answer your question, does it affect your credit score? It doesn't help you to improve your credit score. It doesn't bring down if you're making the payments on time, but it doesn't help you to improve the credit score.
Also, the improvement to the credit score will be better in 30% than 50%.
Yes.
Thank you.
No worries. Anybody else is having any question?
Right now, I'm an international student, and I have a very low credit limit. So I want to apply for another credit card to increase the credit limit and build my credit score as soon as like now. So would it be advisable to open up a new credit line and like after 2 weeks of just opening new one?
So right now, you're building from the lower stage, which is 300 to 559, which I already mentioned. So this is the best time for you to apply for the credit. Why? Because you're starting anyways. But let's say after 2 years, you have built your credit history and you're pulling out your credit again, it brings it down. So better to do it now than to wait for the next time. But again, to a max of 2 credit cards, not more than that. I won't recommend doing more than 2 credit cards at a time. Because if you have more credit cards, as I mentioned, it's like too many products. And it's not good as well.
So regarding 2 credit cards, for example, I have 500 and 500. So if I use one credit card, 30% of the 1,000, the whole credit, is that how they compute it, or
No, it's for each credit.
for each credit? Okay, got it.
So the 30% is for each credit. Anybody else have a question? Perfect. So you can see my QR code. I'm not sure if that works over here, but you can take the contact information. You can reach out to me. Like I came in as an international student, as I mentioned. So any help that you need with regards to your banking, I'm happy to help you out. I prefer you guys emailing me because if I'm like here in an event, I might not be picking up the phone. So email me and I'll reach back to you guys. Thank you so much, guys. Hope you guys were able to get some information here today. Thank you.
And thank you, Naina. And at 11 o'clock, so in about 5 or 6 minutes, it seems, we'll be hearing from a Canadian police officer, so stick around. We'll be right with you. All right, so we'll be beginning our next session in just a moment here. So, and for those of you just joining online, thank you for tuning in. We're about to hear about some safety issues and personal safety. So please welcome Officer Joel Roberts. He's from the 33 Division. He's a crime prevention officer. Please give him a warm welcome.
Can you all hear me? Perfect. Good afternoon, or good morning. Good morning. So just a quick intro. So I'm Officer Roberts, Joel Roberts. I'm the crime prevention officer for this division, 33 Division. I've been an officer for 15 years. The bulk of my career has been primary response. So when you call 911, I would be the one to attend. In the last year, I've taken on the position as the crime prevention officer. So my job is to go out to speak to every and anybody about safety. And it's a pretty big thing, obviously. You hear a lot of stuff on the news. I've been invited several times to speak here, so I'm always glad to come and speak to the new classes. I'm going to talk about personal safety. I've given this presentation here several times. I will probably say let's leave the questions to the end. I know you have lunch after this, so I'll make it very quick. Just note down some of your questions and I'll answer them for you. But pretty much it's just to give you as much information as you can. Just by a show of hands, how many are new to the country? How many are new to the country have been here in the last month? 3 weeks? 2 weeks? 1 week? 2 days? Who came yesterday? Okay, so 2 days. So, and that's generally average. So, welcome. Also, how many of you are living or going to be residing in Toronto? Show of hands. Durham, Pickering, anywhere like there? Brampton? Okay. The reason why I say that is like there's different police organizations. I know you're going to be taking transit along different lines to get here. So I do talk about that as well in regards to your safety. The reason why this is near and dear to me is because people would like to try and target people that they figure aren't from here, don't know what's going on around here. This area is new to you. For somebody, it's been 2 days that they just got here. So my goal is just to kind of educate you and have awareness. So I'll start off very basic. Our police officers. These are police uniforms. We have the OPP. Their uniforms pretty much will be like mine. Their wording will be in yellow. Okay, but you'll immediately know a police officer. They'll have the wording police on the front and on the back. We have York Regional Police, and we have Peel Regional Police, which I would cover like out in Brampton. Our uniforms are pretty much always the same. We'll always have something in dark blue. We'll have like a red kind of stripe down the side. And obviously you see us with our equipment and our use of force and our weapons. You may see police in different things. You'll see us in our police cars. You'll see us on bikes. You'll see us in heavy armored vehicles like SWAT. You'll see us on our motorcycles. You'll see us on boats. You'll see us on horses. So you'll see different police officers doing different things using different modes of transport. For those of you that live or are going to be residing in Toronto, your school is here, 33 Division. The border is Steeles to the bottom of Eglinton, Bayview Avenue, Victoria Park. So it's a very big area. But we also have 16 other divisions within Toronto. I talk about just what's on my waist. We have what's called a use of force, which is basically everything that I have on me. So I have my pepper spray, okay? I have my baton. I have my taser, which I'm not wearing right now because I don't expect anything to happen here today. And I have my firearm, okay? We may have it placed in different areas. It's all a matter of what's comfortable for me to get to and access, but you'll see us, we'll all have something like this. I mentioned real quick about our uniform. If you are ever in doubt, because I've heard about this happening maybe once or twice, sometimes somebody may try and impersonate a police officer. We have officers that are also undercover. There could be an officer in here. You wouldn't know. But if anybody ever identifies themselves to you as a police officer and they're not wearing a uniform and you're questioning that you don't believe that they're them, you can always ask to see their badge. Every police officer has this. Every police officer has to show you their badge, okay? So when in doubt, you can always ask. It doesn't come across too often, but I always like to put that out there because you may not know. I'm only identifying myself, but there are undercover officers always around doing something. I'm going to talk real quick on just the criminal offenses. They are no different than what you would have in your own countries. I'll just talk about them briefly here in regards to Canada and the Canadian Criminal Code. Assault. How many of you remember that? Okay. Very popular. It was on the news. He did not consent to being slapped in the face. Okay? So it's an assault. On the face of it, it's an assault. He didn't choose to press charges. So Will Smith did not get arrested. He didn't go to jail. He was assaulted, but he did not press charges against him. So I say that because sometimes incidents will happen here where you might be assaulted. It doesn't necessarily mean that the person has to be arrested. If you don't want that person arrested, then we won't. If you just say, I want you to talk to that person, tell him to leave me alone, caution him about his behavior, we'll do that. But we wouldn't just automatically arrest because you, the victim, hopefully you're not a victim, but you, the victim, are the ones who are going to have to say whether you want to press charges or not. That's not for us to decide. The only time where charges will get pressed automatically is if you sustain some type of injury. If Will Smith had slapped him and cut his face, he didn't consent to having his face cut. So he would get charged automatically for an aggravated assault or a broken bone or something like that. But a simple slap, a push, a shove, it's up to you if you want to press charges. Assaults can also be that if I took this remote and I threw it over the shoulder of this gentleman, but he believed that I was going to throw this at him, I could be charged with assault. Okay? So it's even just the act. Maybe I make a fist and I over his shoulder to scare him. That's still a criminal charge of assault if you want to press charges for it. If you truly believed he was going to hit me with that or I was going to hit him. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Theft. Everybody knows what a theft is, whether they take your personal items. Theft is big. Theft is basically taking your items without the use of force or violence. So if somebody just leaves their bag here and I pick it up and I leave, that's a theft, okay? We get a lot of them. To everything that I'm saying here, I'm always going to preface it with, report these things to you. A lot of people, being that you're new here, some of them have great relationships with police, some don't, back where you're home, where you're from. We always stress to report these things. Don't feel that you're taking up our time. It's not going to get investigated. You don't want to get in trouble. You'll never get in trouble reporting anything to the police. We do not want you victimized while you're here. I just want you to be able to come here, be safe, get your education, and enjoy this country without having the fear of anything happening to you. So I talked about theft. Robbery. Robbery is a theft with force or a threat. If I seem he's wearing a thing across his neck If I take this, or maybe I hit him and then I take it, is that a theft or a robbery? Right, exactly. Use of force or theft. Give me your pack or I'm going to shoot you. Theft or robbery? Robbery, okay? That's the only difference. Harassment. Harassment is basically any unwanted communication after you've told that person to stop. Whether you're in a relationship with somebody, the relationship ends, that person doesn't like that it ended and wants to keep talking to you. Maybe they keep coming to your house, calling your work, calling your phone, sending you messages on social media, and you don't want this behavior. All of that is a form of harassment. As long as you've told them to stop and they don't, you can report that to the police. We'll contact that person and we'll tell them to stop with a caution that if they don't, they are in the risk of getting a criminal charge against them. So if you're ever feeling harassed by anybody, report that to the police. Break and enter. Someone breaks into your home, take something. That's a break and enter. Whether you're staying in an apartment, a house, basement, rooming house, if someone breaks in or enters your property without your consent and they take something, that's break and enter. If they enter your property, they crack the door, they break the door, it's still a break and enter, and still report that to the police. Mischief. Destroying or damaging of property. If I have a spray can and I spray paint, the police are great on that wall. Though we are great, it's still a mischief. Okay, I've damaged their property. Someone's going to have to pay to paint over that. If I take this person's cell phone and I throw it on the ground and I break it, that's a mischief. I destroyed their property. So if anybody does that to you, it is a mischief. It's a criminal charge. You can press charges. Domestic violence. I say the word domestic violence, here in Canada we may use the term domestic assault. Assault, you already know, any unwanted physical force. Domestic just means that you're in some type of a relationship. Whether you're dating, you're married, whether you dated 10 years ago and the person assaulted you, it would still fall under the umbrella of a domestic. Whether it's same sex, doesn't matter, still a domestic. We take domestic assaults very seriously in this country. If you're assaulted, where I said earlier, if I assaulted this, I won't pick on you. If I assaulted this person over here and I hit them, we're not in a domestic. She has the option to say, I'm going to press charges or not. If we are in a relationship, we broke up, we dated 10 years ago, we went on a Tinder date, it didn't work out, that's still a domestic. Under the laws here, if there's a domestic relationship, there is automatic charges. There is no discretion. You cannot say, no, I don't want to press charges. Charges will come automatically. That's how seriously we treat domestic assaults, and they happen a lot. The bulk of what I did in my policing was investigating domestic assaults, domestic incidents, okay, fighting. Fighting verbally, yelling, that's fine. People argue. It's only when people put hands on each other, okay? Sexual assault. It's an umbrella term used for many things here. Sexual assault could be as easy as what's described on the picture there, okay? Unwanted touching for sexual purpose, or no different than we would use a term like a rape, okay? But here in Canada, we use the term sexual assault, okay? All of it is an assault for sexual purposes. Report these things. We do have lots of assaults on the TTC and on transit, okay? Someone touches you or whatever, some people don't report them, or they report them after the fact. Key thing is report them right away. If anything was to happen to you, whether it's sexual assault, regular assault, robbery, on the transit system that you're going to use to get home, they all have cameras. but they do not record, they kind of record in a loop. So if something happened today within, I believe, 48 to 72 hours, it's going to be gone. But that's evidence. So yes, you don't have to report it that second if you're uncomfortable, get to a place of safety, but let us know so that we can find the bus. Maybe you don't know the bus number, but you tell us what time you got on the bus. They go by a schedule, we can track it down, and then we can get the footage. Key thing is we need the footage, okay? Fraud. Think of fraud as theft by trickery, okay? They're going to pretend to be something they're not to get something from you, whether it's your money, whether it's your data, whether it's your credit card information, whether it's your passport information, tricking you. Some frauds that I've heard for some students that are new to the country, somebody calls up pretending to be the police saying that you're in trouble for something, and if you don't pay money, we're going to ruin your status and take you out of the country, or you're going to be arrested. For somebody who's brand new here and doesn't know all the laws, they might believe that. And it has happened, and people have given their money. And meanwhile, it's a fraud. There's no such thing. Impaired driving. Drinking and driving. Is anybody from your country allowed to drink and drive? Show of hands? No, it's typically not allowed anywhere. The reason why I put this on here is because here in Canada, smoking weed is legal, okay? You can smoke right outside if you want. It's fine, we don't care. The only time we care is if you're gonna operate a motor vehicle. That's criminal, okay? So whether it is from a drink or whether it's from marijuana or any type of drug that impairs your ability to drive a motor vehicle, that's a criminal thing. A lot of people will call the police if they see somebody with kind of weird driving and will come to us as an impaired driver. They'll get your license plate, we'll investigate. Sometimes we'll go wait at your house until you get there, and we make many arrests from impaired drivers. So key thing is, while you're here, try not to get yourself in trouble with something like that. Distracted driving, texting and driving. We probably have more deaths now from distracted driving than we would have from impaired driving. Being on your phone it's the biggest thing, obviously, so we do it. Everybody does it, but they cause serious, serious accidents and death. It's not just texting, it's reading, it's doing your makeup. People have done their makeup while driving. I've seen it. It's crazy, but it happens. Okay, but all of that is distracted. It means it's taking away your ability to just look at the road and drive. Okay? On the flip side, students, you'll see people on their phones not paying attention to the traffic around them and get into accidents. I'm always going to say I've investigated lots of fatalities, people getting killed. I always say key thing is when you're out here and you're crossing streets, make sure that the driver sees you. If you're going to cross a street and there's a car that might make a turn, acknowledge. Let him actually see that you're looking. You will be surprised how many people get hit from that. So I've talked about some of the crimes, okay? I'm going to talk now about the prevention after I have a drink of water. So I talk about what's called the crime triangle. You, me, are either a victim or a target. I have been the victim of a crime several times. Criminal and their criminal desire, that's what they want to do. That's what they wake up doing. They're not students and then after school they go rob people. That's what they do as their profession, okay? If they're going to want to take your stuff, they wake up planning the best way to take your stuff. If they want to be a fraudster and tell you a story to be believable so that they can take your things from you, that's what they do. The opportunity is this, us talking about the crime prevention, ways to minimize that from happening to you. I say you can't prevent being a target, but you can lessen your chances of being a victim. Key thing I'm going to stress, if you take anything away from what I say here, is to be situationally aware. Okay? You're going to be walking. You're going to be on the streets. You're going to be passing intersections. You're going to be passing dark areas. Being aware of your surroundings is the key thing. A lot of the people that I've had to help that have been robbed, meaning now you know it's by theft or by force or by a threat, they're walking in areas or they're being in places where they're not aware. Key thing is they're on their phone, not looking up at what's going on around them. The bad guys will prefer that you never see them. They do not want for you to in any way to identify what they're wearing. They want to take your things and they want to get out as easy as possible. They know you're going to report it to the police, but they're going to hope that you can't report an accurate description of them. Being situationally aware, it throws them off. If I was a bad guy and I was going to rob this person and he's with his friends and he's not paying attention to me, what is he doing right now? Where is he looking? He's looking at me right in my eyes. He can identify me. What color are my eyes? Are they pretty eyes? But he can identify me. I don't want that. If I was going to come here right now and I saw him, like maybe for a second he looks away, but he turns and he actually dead stares me in my face, I am not going to rob him because I know I'm not wearing a mask. He can fully identify me. What color are my shoes? Yeah. Okay, now they're not white, they're black. You know my uniform, so it's easy to describe. Key thing I'm saying is throw people off, okay? Whenever you're walking, no matter what you're doing, if your gut says something is wrong, key thing, if somebody's staring at you, you should be concerned. Why are they staring at me? You could be on your phone, you could be looking at this, looking at that. Why are you looking at me? Okay? I'm not going to pick on you, but because I used you. What am I looking at? I'm looking at his watch. I don't care about him. I'm looking at that watch. If he catches me looking at his watch, his headphone, knapsack, be concerned. Why are they doing it when they can be looking at every and anything else? Okay? And look at them. Keep a strong, she's not taking her eyes off me. I'm scared. I don't want any part of this. That's situational awareness, is just being aware. We have a lot of robberies. I'm not saying it to scare you. I'm just here to tell you the reality. A lot of robberies, okay? A lot. This will help you. Even with having your earbuds in, have the ability every now and then take it out to listen what's going on around you. Super quick story. When I said I was a victim of crime, I was not even 1 year on the job as a police officer. I was still on probation. I was working undercover. So I explained undercover, I'm not wearing a uniform. I was investigating with a bunch of other officers, a bunch of break-and-enters into homes. So they wanted the officers to be in an area in case we see the bad guys so we can arrest them. And we're not going to throw them off by wearing a police uniform. I'm just regular clothing. This is on a Saturday at 2 in the morning. There's 5 of us. I went to the store just to use the washroom. My group went somewhere else just to investigate somewhere else. We had 5 different cars. I said, I'll join you after I'm done. So I'm by myself. I won't say where I was. It's close by. I'm walking. It's 2 in the morning on a Saturday. Is it bright or would it be dark? It's dark. I see 3 males standing right where those 3 chairs are. And I am about here. I have to cross the street and I would be like right there. And I have to go there to that wall to get to my car. I'm watching them at 2 in the morning staring at me. Remember when I said being situationally aware? All three of them are staring at me and not taking their eyes off me. Even when I'm looking straight and I'm looking at the side of my eye, I can tell they're still staring at me. I had a decision to make. Do I continue walking or do I go back into the store? I said, I'm a cop. I'll continue walking. As I continued walking, I can hear them saying something to me, trying to get me to stop walking. I didn't stop. I looked over and I just kept on going. They started following behind me as I was walking to my car. How many of you would be concerned? Show of hands. I was scared. Okay? Not just concerned, I was scared. I'm by myself and there's 3 people approaching me. I'm walking faster to my car. They start trotting up behind me. Now I'm like, oh my God. Like, you know what I mean? My heart's going. I stop. I have my badge around my neck. I pull it out and I show them. I'm a cop. Okay? That they know, like, whatever you're about to do, I'm a police officer. They stop. One person was in front. 2 people were from behind. The person in the front opens his jacket, starts fumbling around, puts his hand down his pants. What would you be thinking if you saw that, putting his hands down his pants? What could he be going for? Gun. I thought he had a gun. He pulls it out and I see it. I immediately take my gun and I shoot. He takes his gun and he shoots. I am now running across the street while we're shooting at each other, while I'm just looking for a place to not get hit. I hide behind a cement telephone pole. They get away. I did not get hurt. They did not get hurt. Technically, victim. Okay? The only reason they ended up getting arrested a couple of weeks later, everything like that. So it's dealt with. I tell this story is because if I wasn't paying attention to them, I would have not known. They would have came up behind me. Obviously, they had a weapon. They could have done anything they wanted to me. It just happened to be I'm a police officer with a weapon as well. You are not in that position. So when I talk about situational awareness, and I stress it so much, is because of what happened to me, what I see happen to people here. It's a big thing. Okay, did I drive my point home? Thank you. Pay attention to this video on situational awareness. Was that a theft or a robbery? Good job. Yeah, it was a robbery. From that video, how many bad guys were there? How old would you put them to be? How many would say they were 15 to 20 years old? 20 to 25. 25 to 30. 30 to 35. Okay, so we're saying at least younger than 30. Did they have a weapon? What weapon? What color? How many weapons were there? Were they wearing masks? Yes or no? Both of them? Were they wearing gloves? Yes, they were wearing gloves? Okay. What color was the first person that you saw come in? What color was his top? Are you sure? Okay. What about the second one? What color? Black? Okay. That was good. That's very good. I'm going to play it again. You paid attention to what the bad guys were doing. Now I want you to pay attention. Are you okay with the sound? Now pay attention to the victims and what they're doing. Okay, so you saw the victims. So were the victims compliant with their demands? No. That was the key thing. They weren't. They have weapons. More specifically, what weapon did they have? Guns. Were they real? I don't know. Exactly. I don't know. I don't know, or I didn't know at the time for my incident if it was real, but I saw a gun. If anybody ever did that to you, just comply. They do not want to hurt you. They just want the thing that they're looking at that they want to take, your phones, your bag, and they're going to tell you what they want. Just give it to them. Do not fight with them. Do not negotiate with them. Give it to them freely, okay? Do they want to be identified? Do you think that in the time that while you're trying to not give your thing up, you're looking at them? Now, are you not looking at what they're doing, what they're wearing? You've identified me. You're identifying me. You're identifying my partner. I don't want that. I wanted to just come in, take that bag, and leave. Not for you to stare up and down and now say, oh, I now know he has a black gun, dark top, this, that. No. Okay? Just give it. Because what could happen if they feel threatened, that now you can identify them? They can kill you. What else could they do? Seriously hurt you. Please just give it up. Okay? I strongly stress that. If you're traveling, if you don't have to carry a lot of stuff on you while you're coming here, going to school, going downtown, don't. Only reason I put this on here, there was a lady that got robbed, and she lost $5,000 in her purse. She wasn't going anywhere shopping or anything to have the cash with her, other than she just liked to have a lot of cash on her. And coincidentally, she gets robbed. So whether you're carrying all your ID, whether it's a lot of money, if you don't have to, don't. Everything. How many carries cash nowadays? Show of hands, how many have cash on them right now? How many would have debit or credit card? That's more common now, okay? And then you're protected by your banks if something happens. You're going to report it so you're not on the loss versus losing cash. Plan your route. You're going to be walking out of here, waiting at a bus shelter, or getting onto maybe the subway system, maybe another bus in another part of town. Plan your route. But also know a different route in case something was to happen, or in case something to you says, I don't want to continue on this path, just in case. If you think you're being followed, remain calm, okay? I try to remain calm for mine. It's hard because I was scared in the same time, but I didn't want to let on, oh my God, oh my God. So I try to remain calm, but I had a plan in my head. What would I do if something was to happen? So remain calm as best you can. Try and get to a place of safety, okay? If you're concerned about your well-being, you don't have to in any way wait for them to do anything. Go, and go quickly. Whether you want to run there, whether you want to run to a store, whatever you want to do, you get to a place of safety for you. Before you take any action in regards to notifying us or anything like that, make sure you are safe. I confronted my people by saying I was a cop. You can do the same if you think somebody's following you. You don't even have to turn around, but you can just say, are you following me? Maybe they were, and now they're aware that you are paying attention to them. Or you turn around and you confront them, or you look at them. Are you following me? Oh my God, now he sees I didn't have black pants. Black. Okay, throws them off. And then go about your business. And to all of these things, like I stated earlier, report it to the police if you're being followed. If someone tried to rob you, take anything from you, report it all to the police. I put this on here because I was asked if, can I carry, it's not as common much anymore, but like devices that make noise, whistles, anything that kind of you push a button, this, that, whatever, you can use that stuff if you want. In my 15 years, I've never had anybody use it, but I've had people ask me about it. Key thing now is if, from what I see, if something was to happen to somebody and they were pushing a button, what I would probably see more is people would probably record it. Take out their phones and record an incident versus help. So things like these, I don't know if they're effective because not many people would get involved. And I'm not saying you have to either. I'm not saying if you saw somebody beating up another guy for you to jump in and help them, or if you saw somebody being robbed, that's your own personal choice. All I say is if you have the ability, and you all have cell phones, call the police and say what you're seeing. I'm seeing somebody get beat up. I'm seeing a man hitting a woman. I'm seeing a woman hitting a man. I'm seeing somebody hit a kid. Whatever it is, I'm seeing somebody hurt unconscious. Pick up the phone and call the police because that person would probably appreciate you coming to their aid, but if at the very least you call the police for them, it's a step. Last thing I don't want to see is something happening to somebody and people are just standing around recording it. That's what I see more of right now. So I'm going to say that to you. Call the police because I think if it was to happen to you, you would want them to do it for you. Best thing to do, yell for help. Help. Call the police. He's attacking me. Whatever. But yell it out loud enough. Weapons. I get asked if you can carry weapons on you in this country. Show of hands. How many have a weapon on them right now? Smart answer. Smart. This is a smart class. Short answer is no. Okay? I have pepper spray on me, but it's one of my use of force as to protect me and the public if I have to. The public cannot carry it. So all these are prohibited weapons. Hopefully nobody has a gun on them. But some people may carry knives on them, little knives or whatever, because I've seen it. It's not allowed, okay? It would be deemed a weapon here. So can you carry a weapon to protect yourself? Short answer is no. Further to that answer, I'm just a cop, okay? I don't know what you've gone through. I don't know anything about you. If you feel you want to carry something and to protect yourself, I'm just giving you the legal, you could be charged for having it. If you decide to use a weapon, let's say, for example, pick on you. Let's say, for example, I'm coming to take her bag. She pulls out a knife because she has a knife on her for protection. If somebody has a knife on them for protection, what would they typically use and what do to me? Stab me. Let's say I'm trying to take her bag, and while I'm doing that, she stabs me. I bleed, maybe I die. She'll get charged. Okay, 1, she had a weapon. 2, she used a level of force against me that was not exactly equal to what I was doing with her. All I was doing was trying to take her bag. I didn't care anything about her. She pulled out a knife and stabbed me dead. Okay? Criminal charges will come from that. Okay? So when I say in regards to our weapons legal to protect myself, Toronto police answer, no. If you do it, and then there's consequences. If you do it, it's a matter of court, fine, at least you have your life. Okay? Understand that whole thing? It's a gray area, but you're all adults. Since not many of you carry cash, may not apply to all of you, this is where the money is. This is where I'd hang out. Okay? Being situationally aware. Is she situationally aware right now? I can't hear you. No. She's only focused on the one thing. If you have to use a bank machine, every now and then just kind of look around. Even before you get to the machine, look around. Is there anybody looking at you? While you get to the machine, why are they looking at you? If you ever were faced in this situation and you were uncomfortable, would you continue to use the machine? Show of hands, if somebody was standing over your shoulder looking at you would you continue your transaction? No. End your transaction, walk away. Okay? Go somewhere else, go to another machine. Just for your own safety. Because things like this happen. We don't get them too much, but things do happen on elevators. When in doubt, if someone gets on an elevator with you that makes you uncomfortable, get off, okay? It's whatever you perceive to be a risk to you, but you do not have to continue. If you got on the 30th floor and somebody gets on 29 and you're going all the way to 1 and you're uncomfortable, just get off. Get off at 28, okay? Stay near the panel so that if you ever had to press a button for emergency, I always say, press all the floors. Just hit it, slam it, so that that thing is going to have to stop. The bad guy is not going to sit there, attack you, try to rob you while it stops at every single stop. He'll get off because somebody might get on and doesn't want to get seen. This may be applicable to more of you, bus shelters. They come in different designs depending on where you are. Some are way more open concept now because they were designed before in a way that once you're inside, you were actually kind of like contained inside. So when you're in there, anybody can walk up and you're trapped in there. They changed the design now, so now they're more glass so that you can be situationally aware. And it's typically not enclosed here. So you can literally just walk out. You're not kind of boxed in. I still see some of the older styles out there, but more of the newer styles when you're waiting, or even some stops, they don't even have them anymore. But that's the whole point of why they changed it. So if you see somebody approaching while you're there and they're staring at you, key thing, situation aware, you can now have a plan. Do I stay or do I walk away? Because now you've seen somebody staring at you or making you feel uncomfortable. When you're on the bus, when in doubt, stay near the driver. Though I said the buses and the trains all have cameras, somewhere affixed, the driver themselves are only focused on driving, so they're not going to be aware if something happens in the back of the bus. Robberies do happen on the back of the bus or anywhere on the bus, not just the back of the bus. The driver will not know until you then tell them after the fact. They're going to stop the bus. They're going to press the emergency button. We get alerted. We fly down there, lights and sirens, hoping to get the bad guy. And then we start our investigation because there's cameras and whatnot. But if you're ever on the bus and maybe somebody's sitting beside you, somewhere in proximity, making you uncomfortable, get up, sit somewhere else. Sit closer to the driver. Not a big deal. If you're on a bus at night and maybe your stop is in between two stops and you don't feel comfortable, maybe there's somebody on there with you, you can always ask the driver to just let you off anywhere. They'll do it. Okay, they'll never say, no, we have to go to this. It's your safety. They'll do it. When in doubt, 911. Toronto Police, if you reside in Toronto, we have non-emergency numbers if you want to report something. But if you don't know the number to call, the universal number is 911. And report it. Tell them what's happening, and they'll get you to the right department. If anything unfortunately ever happens to you, you can also file reports online. Because we are sort of busy, we try to put a lot of things where you can do your report online. You can download our app and file your own report. It all goes to a detective. And that's it. I work for Toronto Police in this division, 33 Division. If you don't reside in Toronto, reside here, there's somebody that does what I do. If you ever want to talk safety, I can talk safety till I'm blue in the face. What else? Hiring. I get asked a lot of questions. Toronto Police is always hiring. One of the prerequisites is you have to be a permanent resident. Okay, so while you're here, I'm sure, just focus on your schooling. But if after you're done, got your PR, you can always apply to be a police officer. And I've put this on here. Toronto Police is big on social media. I've had a lot of students reach out and ask questions because they don't want to send me an email or call. I'm on there as well. I don't check it too often, but I've had a lot of questions sent to me on my social media. So I put social media on there. Mainly I just use Instagram. So if you have any questions, you're on there, you can send me something there as well. Thank you so much. Any questions? Okay.
I have seen people carry pepper spray. So, yeah, in the bus and yeah.
So he said he's seen people carry pepper spray. So is pepper spray illegal? It's illegal. It's illegal. Okay? Not everybody does everything legally. That's why I have a job. So it's illegal. What could you do? You can report it. If they have it, whether they're going to say they're going to use it for protection, pepper spray has been used against people as a weapon. I have had to use my pepper spray a couple of times on this job. I would not wish it on my worst enemy. It's painful. It's uncomfortable. When I got hired, they teach us to use our pepper spray, that in case I accidentally got sprayed, that I can still continue to do my job. So what they do, they hold your eyes open, and they spray it across your face so that it drips in your eyes, but it burns, you can't see, and I'm supposed to still continue on and arrest somebody. It's painful. But for someone who's not trained on it, if I sprayed you, literally, I can take whatever I want from you. There's no way you're going to stop me. Some people use bear spray. Okay, they can buy it. It's still illegal to use because it's deemed a weapon, but if you're going hunting in the woods and maybe there's bears, it's the same thing, just way stronger. So the short answer is it's illegal. Okay? Report it. Or don't report it, but it's illegal. Someone else had a question? Oh, perfect.
Thank you. Can you aware us of some streets or areas which are extremely dangerous around here?
Can I advise of any streets that are extremely dangerous around here? There's none. No, serious. I'm serious. There actually is no streets that are dangerous. I'm not concerned to go to any street. The area that I was that happened to me just happened to be they were hanging out that area. The end to that story where that incident with my shooting, when they were debriefed, all they said is we were just going to rob him. I looked like an easy victim. That was it. They didn't know I was a cop, nothing. They just, he was here, he's by himself, I have a gun, I was with my friend, and they were just gonna rob me. So in regards to this area, from like when you leave here, there is no streets or anything that I would say stay away from these areas. That's why I stressed out of this entire thing the situational awareness, because that happens anywhere, anytime, not just here. If you go downtown, if you're out of the country, anywhere, out of the country. When I travel, I have to be situation aware, okay? So I'm not saying it's because I'm a police officer and you're here. I'm just telling you the truth. There's no bad areas really anywhere. It's just a matter of paying attention.
Hi, my question is, what's the best form of self-defense?
What's the best form of self-defense? What would you say? Running. Yeah. That's the first time someone ever said that. That's good. Running, yes, is a form of self-defense. What else? Yell it out. What's that? Martial arts. Yeah, well, it is. What I would say, I got to give you the police answer. Don't confront, run. Exactly what you guys said first. It's no different than myself when I have a bunch of stuff on me to keep me safe. I have a firearm. If I was to use this firearm, the amount of scrutiny that I would have to go through, the key thing they're going to say is, officer, did you have the ability to back away and disengage from this thing? Or did you stay and hold your ground and did whatever that caused you to use this? If anywhere in that scenario I had the ability and I chose not to, I'm going to get charged. So if it comes to fighting, self-defense, if you don't have to use it, back away. If you decide to, I'm a big guy, I'm a big girl, that's totally on you if you're self-proficient. Any one martial art, they're all good. Most fights go to the ground, okay? If they're gonna attack somebody or rob somebody, they wanna throw them to the ground. Maybe they kick them, maybe they hit them. So something like maybe jiu-jitsu, I would say. But I wouldn't even say to engage. Do not just run, yell, scream. But good question.
Good morning. Quick question. So, how do you handle a situation where, let's say, you're at home and somebody should break in? So, I'm a newcomer and our culture is a bit different. If you break in, you're inside. You might not make it out. So, how do we handle that here?
It's a good question. Where are you from?
Jamaica.
Jamaica. Big, big. Good question. Did you hear the question? Yeah. So basically, what do you do if somebody was to break into your home? Your home. Okay? Canada is not like Jamaica, which is not like the United States of America, where they have different rules. But in the States, they have kind of like a protect your property rule, where they can, if they have to, or if they want to, they can shoot you. You entered their property. Their property is their sanctuary, their home, their family is there. So they deemed every right to protect themselves. No different than when I said that scenario of me just wanting to grab her bag and she takes her knife and she stabs me, that she would get charged. It would be no different than if you did whatever of where the person walked in and wasn't able to walk out, you would get charged. I'm not even saying with a gun or whatever, but whatever force you used on them. Okay, so the short answer is, what would you do? Let's, by committee, if someone kicked in your door, your rooming house, your apartment, and and you're there, what would you do? Give me any answer. What would you do? Record them. What would you do? Call the police. What would you do? Call the police. Keep in mind, somebody just kicked in the door and they've entered your home and you're there. What would you do? Try to fight. What would you do? Go lock yourself in the room. Fight. Show of hands, how many would fight? Show of hands, how many would lock themselves in a room? Show of hands, how many would call the police? Okay? There's no wrong answer to this, but the reality is, would you have the time to call the police? Who knows? Are they there for you or are they there for your things and belongings? We don't know. Okay, so yeah, I would probably, to be honest, out of all of those scenarios, I would say if you have the ability to lock yourself in a room, do that. Then call the police. Because if you're going to stand there and fight, unless you're proficient in fighting, who knows how that can go. If they bring the fight to you, if they literally kick in the door and they just attack you, you don't have any means to calling the police, that's out the window. You can't get up and run to the room. You're not going anywhere. So maybe you're going to have to fight. Lives in the basement. Lives in the basement, there's no service. We know you're fighting. It don't matter. He's fighting, okay? So I can't give you a right or wrong. I can say what that would make the most sense to me is if you can get into another room and call, and we get a lot of those type of calls. Family members attacking another family member, they run into a room, call police. They're safe. They're maybe putting their body so that the person doesn't get in, but they had enough time to then call the police without getting hurt. Maybe the person realizes that they're calling the police and then they leave. That's an ideal scenario, but you may not have it. You may have to try and protect yourself. You may have to, if you happen to have a knife by you and you use it. With all this stuff where I talked about laws and getting charged, I have to give you that as what I do as a profession. You do whatever you have to do and deal with the consequences later. Okay, so I'm not going to tell you somebody breaks into your house, you're in your basement, you have a weapon or whatever beside you, and they start attacking you, and you don't use it, and they seriously injure you or kill you, and you had a means to protect yourself. I can't tell you to do that. I'm not going to. Do whatever you have to do. Deal with the consequences later. Does that make sense? Yeah. Good question. I'll let him give you a mic.
It's a question about safety. How do you stay safe from the animals that are around publicly?
How do you stay safe around the animals?
Yeah.
Like dogs? Puppies?
Raccoons?
Wolves?
I saw a raccoon on my way to college this morning. So.
That's good. They're around. Raccoons, you'll see a lot of them. Good question. Stay away from them. I mean, they're typically going for food. They're not actually coming to you personally. We have lots of them. You'll see them everywhere. But typically, they're like trying to get into the garbage. Our police station has tons of raccoons. We have a garbage bin that's outside our station. We have a cleaner that cleans it like almost every day. But once there's garbage in there, sometimes we'll come and we'll see they've knocked it over because they just want whatever's in there. So they don't want you personally. A raccoon is not going to attack you. It's the food that they want. So just stay away from them. But like any animal, wild animal, okay, just stay away from them. They attack you, run, okay?
Follow-up question to the break-in. So if you can, suppose, restrain the person who's breaking in, what would you be charged? Suppose you choke them out or something like that.
Say it one more time.
So the person breaking in, if you choke them out or restrain them, what would you be charged? Would you be charged or?
Choke them out. Is this your boy? That's a good question. I mean, you choke them Put it this way, I, as a police officer, can't choke somebody out. Okay? They don't teach us that. They teach us other things, okay? But they don't teach us to apply chokes. Because what could happen if you choke somebody? Will they go to sleep, or what else could happen? Yeah. So I got to give you the answer that I've given kind of as a protect myself. You do whatever you feel you have to do, whether it's a weapon, whether you know martial arts, whether you choke them out, whether you punch and not, whatever you do, that you can say, I did what I had to do, that if you're charged with, and you have to get a lawyer and court, I did what I had to do to keep myself safe. And it was the most reasonable thing that I can do. If I'm the defense or if I'm the prosecutor, sir, did you have a chance to run? Did you have a chance to lock yourself in a room? Or did you decide to stand and fight, and because you have an extensive martial arts background, you decided to choke out my client who just wanted to break into your house and take your jewelry? That's court, okay? He can have an answer for it. He's safe. He's able to go to court because he did something to protect himself, but that's then the consequences after that you're going to have to deal with. That's a good question. She asked me, how often do people get robbed here? There are robberies in the city of Toronto every day. Okay? So I don't come to these schools to talk to be all nice and cheerful, because I've done this job for so long and I hate people who've been victims, considering I've been the victim myself. I've also been the victim of theft. Somebody stole my car 3 times. Okay? I know what it feels like to be a victim, from theft to serious harm. So in regards to, are there robberies? Yes, there are robberies every day in the city of Toronto. Are there robberies every day in this division? No. This division, as far as stats, more of the crimes are property crimes, break and enter and theft from a vehicle, breaking the glass, taking stuff, and theft of vehicle for this division, okay? But in whole, there's crimes across the board on everything, okay? Not trying to scare you. I can't say that there was a robbery yesterday, but just, are there robberies in the city of Toronto every day? Absolutely, okay? That's why I stress the situational awareness. Be aware of what I didn't talk about, what you have on you, what's showing, jewelry, okay, expensive things. Just be aware that you have it, okay? Maybe you're a person that wears a lot of jewelry, or maybe a lot of gold, but maybe you go to a country on a vacation where they don't have the things that you have. Be aware of that. Maybe you don't wear all that stuff out going to areas where they don't have what you have or the means that you have, because you never know, okay? No different here. Good question.
Yeah, so for instance, we're like outside and somebody tries to like beat us. They're the first one to initiate. Now, there's a video somebody made that I'm the one getting hurt. And now if I, in my defense, fight back and I somehow overthrow, I beat the person, would I be the one to get the charge or the person who started it first?
I lost the last part because of the noise, but basically you're saying if a bunch of people...
Yeah, if there is a person who attacks me, and they're the first ones to initiate. Now, I self-defense, did self-defense, and I protected myself. Now, who will be charged? Will it be me or them?
Good question. Who's going to get charged if he's attacked? They attack him first. He uses self-defense. Maybe there's injuries. You may not get charged because they attacked you first. But good question, because that question is always asked when I come here. I always give the scenario of no different than some of the other examples I gave. Let's say, what's one way that you can protect yourself that you would use? Martial arts. And what specifically would you do? Could do? Try to do boxing. Sure. They're hitting you, you're hitting them, okay? It's a wash. Let's say you decide to use your fingers and gouge out their eyes. Is that the same level of force as being punched? Yes or no? Show of hands, is that the same level of force? How many would say yes? Punch to being having your eyes poked out. Eyes are worse? How many would say having this worse? Show of hands. You would get charged. You know what I mean? That's the simplest way that I can put it. The amount of force you use almost has to be equal. If I hit her, she hits me, equal force. If I hit her, she takes her bag, knocks me upside my head, I fall unconscious, break my skull, possible charges. Okay? None of this is to say don't do whatever you feel you have to do. When you're in a fight, if somebody's going to take your purse, just like you saw that video where the mother and the daughter or the child was having their purse with the robbery with a gun, your adrenaline's going so high, you can do anything. Okay? Survival. She has a kid. Maybe it's your mother. Maybe it's your girlfriend or your wife. You're going to do whatever you have to do. In no way you're going to remember this conversation that I'm having with you right now. Oh, I better not hit him too hard, otherwise I'm going to get charged. I don't care what you do. Do whatever you have to do so that you can see another day and deal with the consequences after. Are there swarmings, which is what he's saying? Yes, there are swarmings. A swarming is basically a group of people that might target somebody. Maybe they're isolated by themselves with their sole intent to jump and hurt them, take their thing, and then run. Yes, that happens. If you hurt somebody in the process while you're being swarmed, okay. I mean, I'm not going to get this. You're safe, okay? Sorry for that person. And then deal with the consequence. They're going to be arrested. Maybe we get them. And then who knows what happens after, okay? I can't give you a definitive, you're going to get charged every single time something happens. So I don't want that to scare you. Do whatever you have to do, okay? I just have to give you the police answer so that if something happens, none of you people say, Officer Roberts said I can hurt everybody. Because I'll be like, I didn't say none of that. Well, that's a good question. I don't want to take up your time because we're into your lunch. So thank you very much. If you have any other questions, you know my social media is there. Send me a message, whatever. I'll say like everybody, add me on Instagram. But as I said, enjoy your time here. Enjoy your studies. Stay safe. Be situationally aware. And have fun.
Thank you, Officer Roberts. And up next, we have lunch. So it's on the second floor, right? Yep. So if you go right up the stairs to the left, you'll be able to receive your lunch. And we have our next session at 1:30, so plenty of time. Hope to see you guys soon. Okay, in a couple of minutes, we'll be having our scavenger hunt, so just make sure you stay in the atrium, and if you have any friends wandering the hallways, make sure you tell them to come here. The winning team gets prizes, so make sure that you choose your teammates wisely. All right, welcome back, everybody. We're going to get started with our scavenger hunt. So it's a chance to win prizes, and this is a team effort. So you'll be organizing yourselves as teams of 5. So to explain the rules, we have with us Alejandra, so she'll take care of facilitating the game. Please welcome her.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing? Are you doing okay? Are you enjoying the last day? Okay, so today we have a fun activity for which I need you to be in group of 5. 5 people, not 6, not 4, 5, okay? So can we take the next one? So these are the rules of the game. Have any of you played scavenger hunt before? No? Any idea? No? Okay. So basically it's like a treasure hunt. Have you heard about it? Okay. So the rules that we have is, first of all, you cannot have more than 5 members in each group, like I was telling you. Second is you have only 45 minutes to finish. You might think it's a lot, but you ended up spending the whole 45 minutes, okay? Also, you have to scan the QR code for each clue. I'm sorry, I'm trying to explain the game for the people in the back, in the stairs. Thank you, you're gonna need this information. Each clue is gonna have a QR code. You have to scan it, and once you scan it, you have to take a screenshot. Because if you don't have the screenshot, you cannot win, okay? So each clue you scan, you have to take a screenshot and then present it here. Well, yes. And then the first 3 teams that come back are the winners, okay? So this is how your clue is gonna look like. This is just an example. This is not the actual clue, it's just an example. So you're gonna have like a, okay. You're gonna have a QR code and then something like next to it, okay? So how to know if you actually guessed the right clue is because, say for example, we have a clue in the, I don't know, in the study room, right? And if when you scan the QR code, you get the clue for the study room, you know it's the right one. But if you are in the study room and then you scan it and you get the QR code for the lab, you're in the wrong place, okay? Are you ready? I need the teams of 5, and I need 1 person per group to come to the front and register their group. Just 1 person per group. The group name. Okay, I need the groups of 5 to be forming here. Volunteers, please start wrapping them. So, for example, if you scan one. So I need the groups here. Please come to the front. Yes. Yes. So the group Royals. Okay, Royals. Where is your group? Okay, bring them all together. We're going to tie them up. The group, yes, here. Huh? Rebecca. Okay. Can you tie them together? Yes, their hands. Group 1 over there. You can leave your backpacks here in the atrium if you want. You can leave your backpacks here. No worries, we will watch the backpacks, but I'm going to stay here the whole time. You can just leave everything here. Group 2 is Rebecca. Sorry, are you Rebecca? You're group 2. Okay, they're tied them up. Yeah. Yes. Group 3 is Bata team. Okay. Group 5, SCM Mundas. SCM Mundas? What is this group name?
SCM Mundas.
SCM Mundas. Okay. The group, no, SCM Mundas. What is the group SCM Mundas? Okay. Oh, you're getting tight. Okay. Right. Latinos. Okay. Can you tie them, please? I don't know. Green Club. Okay. Where is your other team members? Okay. Sorry? You're the only one? You don't have a team? Okay. Did you register already? Put your team name in here. Blue. Team Blue. Where is Team Blue? Okay. Lions. Okay. And yes. Blue. Did you register already? Yes. Okay. Okay. Did you finish? Can you tie them? Blue, 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 blue. She's gonna tie you guys. Lions, lions, lions. Shauna, can you tie them? Yes. Desi? Desi? Where is group Desi? What is your group? Come here. You have to tie them. Here. Did you guys register already? Your group name, please. Group of five. Group of five. Group of five only, okay? And did you finish? Okay. Just wait here until someone is gonna get inside you, okay? Did you guys register? Once the volunteer finish, can you tie them? High five. She's gonna tie you up, okay? And then just give it 1 second. Okay, can you tie them up? Culture shock. She's gonna tie you up. You finish? You need more? We don't have any more. Oh my god. Do we have more tape? We need more tape. I don't have any more tape. Just instead of doing that, just tie them together because we need more tape. So. Oh, I'm sorry. No worries. Guys, I just need scissors. Elisa, las tijeras, please.
तो अपने एक ग्रुप नहीं बाहर ना जा सके. I want to remove this.
Oh, sorry. Too late. She can give you a little bit more. Sí. ¿Que la puedes ayudar a ella? Porque es que ya se nos acabó la cinta. Trata de que no le den vueltas sino amarrarla. Okay, we have all the team register. Okay, who is missing for be tied up? Just these two groups, okay. So, you have to stay together the whole time. If you separate from each other, you have to come back to the atrium and we'll tie you again, okay? So, and if you don't come back and you finish and we see that you're untied, you lose, okay? So you have to make sure that if you separate at any time, you have to come back to the atrium and we'll tie you again, okay? Okay? Let's give it 2 more minutes while we finish tying up another group. Okay. ¿Todos los grupos? Okay, let me take attendance real quick. We have Royals. Royals, raise your hands. Rebecca. Pata team. Okay. SCM Mundas. Latinos. Green Club. Green Club. Blue. Lions. Desi. High Five. Culture Shock. Okay. Okay, are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? I'm gonna set the timer for 45 minutes. Okay? Oh, another thing, you can only scan the clues in one phone. The clues are only scanned in one phone, okay? Just one phone from the group. Okay, are you ready? Okay, so this is your first clue. Okay, scan the code, everyone. Ambassadors, please follow one group. Yes. Take a screenshot now. Remember to take a screenshot of every clue you scan, starting for this one. Ambassadors, please follow one group. No pasa nada. No pasa nada, igual. Ambassadors, please follow one group. Choose one group to follow. Remember that the clues are hidden. You have to look all over the place. The clues are hidden. It's not here. It's not here. It's not here. But the clues are hidden.
All right, we have our first place winners, but we still are competing for second and third place. So if you're continuing the scavenger hunt, keep looking. Competition is still high for second and third place. Oh, yeah.
Okay, do we have all the teams back? Yes? Okay, I'm gonna announce the winners. In third place we have Lions. Third place, this one. Third? Yeah, I put them together. So can I have all the Lions to come here, please? Third place, Lions. Okay, here. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick picture. Sorry. Okay, I'm gonna take a picture of you guys. Shaina, you wanna be in the picture with them? 1, 2, 3. Just another one, wait. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. In the second place, we have Royals. Please come here. The whole team has to come here, yes. The whole team. They left? Okay, they're using the washroom. It's okay. Okay, Colin. Yes. Second place, right? Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. Just another one. Thank you. We finished, guys. Okay, and in the first place, we have Latinos. Okay, so he's gonna give you your prizes. It's okay, it's not broken. Okay, one, squeeze together. One, two, three, one more. One, two, three. Okay. Okay. Now?
Let me just double check here. Okay, so lots of fun and congratulations to our winning teams. It's about 2:15 right now, so at 2:30 we'll be hearing from student success and student clubs, and that will be our final session for today. So stick around for another couple of minutes, and I think we might still have some leftover pizza, possibly. So you can check that out, but in 15 minutes we'll hear from student clubs. All right, so just for the sake of time, we're gonna have our little student clubs presentation right now. All of our student clubs up here are right on the screen. So we have our Lambton College in Toronto Project Management Guild, the Google Developer Student Clubs, so anyone interested in programming or artificial intelligence, the LCIT Business Caucus Club, the SCMT Guild, and the American Society of Quality ASQ chapter. So all of these clubs are on campus. If you do have any questions, I'm not in charge of any of these, but if you do have any questions, if you go straight up the stairs to the right, you can go to the tutoring center. We also have representatives from the Business Caucus Club present here, as well as the, I think, ASQ, and I think the Google Developer Students Club. I think Harsh is from there. Yep, so if you have any questions about particular clubs, feel free to come forward and ask one of us. We can direct you to the appropriate person. But other than that, thank you all for coming. It was really fun seeing all of you with the scavenger hunt, and I hope that this week was very helpful. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out. Oh, and also, one last thing, if you can all gather on the stairs, we're gonna get a picture of you. Yep. So we're gonna do that right now. Let's go on the stairs. And be sure to follow us on Instagram at Lambton College in Toronto, right? And also follow Business Caucus Club as well on Instagram. Okay.
Sit down, yes. Volunteers also. All right, thank you all, everybody. And like I said, if you have any questions, feel free to come forward. But other than that, have a great Labor Day weekend and looking forward to seeing you in classes. And on Tuesday, so just a reminder, classes start on Tuesday. Monday is a holiday, Labor Day.